Yo, good morning, everybody. What's up? Welcome to the channel. Season's greetings, happy holidays, all of that good shit. Good to see you all. Thank you so much for showing up today and coming in to hang out with me. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I've been gearing up for the new year and looking at making some changes for the channel in the future. But the good news is that I've got 4 months of videos, like one per week, already uploaded and ready to go. So that's going to give me some time to be able to reformat and restructure the business side of things. But for anybody that watches my channel a lot, now is a really good time to ask, or for you all to tell me and give me any kind of feedback on the channel that you like, that you don't like, but also let me know what you want to see in the new year as far as video content goes. Yeah, I think really making some changes in the dynamic of stuff, and still going to be doing sound design, still going to be doing production tutorials and all of that, but I'm going to be packaging it in a way that is hopefully a little bit more easy to follow, I think is the big thing. Creating like more so of a start here and go down this path type deal, and currently working on it. But I think that this is probably the change that I've been needing, that's not going to like totally break me as far as just doing edited videos and whatnot. I think that we need to just restructure everything and put it in a matter of like the journey, as opposed to like a bunch of random ass tips and shit, which I might still do, but maybe in the form of shorts. If there's any other tricks that you all know about that you've seen me do that you would like us to know about as well, let me know so I can write them down, and that way I can just have like a quick fire archive of those tricks for you. But yeah, I think that figuring out what problems in music production still need to be solved is where my head is at. So I don't know. I just want to tell you all that and tell you all what I'm thinking about and where my mind is with the channel and whatnot. But yeah, so we are going to be working on some music today. I don't remember where we left off. I want to say here, and I think that's where we're going to start. And so we need to get through these quick play spells, and then we'll get to the regular scheduled programming. Feel free to ask questions along the way. I love having conversation while I'm working. Yeah, let's take a listen to these quick play spells. Oh, and before anything else, let me go ahead and go Discord. These are the quick play spells, 15-second daily submissions, one per day. Make sure that it's safe for work. But at the beginning of the next stream, I will play these out and give you a comment or two on them and let you know what I think. Love it, man. Beautiful. I got nothing but compliments on that. Yeah, I think that this has a lot of potential, but one of the major things that's holding it back is that you're taking away from the impact of the energy because it's completely sustained while you're trying to have hard drums. And those two things usually don't work well together unless if there's an immense amount of side chaining. It's just like what complements the genre, if that makes sense. So if you had something that was like bum 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 stop bum 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 bum, then I think that, and again, I know this is just a sketch, but just what I'm listening to and like what my ears want to hear, I think that would really help like bring that contrast that you're trying to implement in a way that lets everything take turns. Nice. I knew that went over that perfectly. Yeah, that's amazing. That was pretty cool. I actually really like this one. Nice. No comments. So it was just cool. When will you do a DJ stream? Probably never. I don't see the reason to. Like, I don't think anybody would care for the most part. I also don't know how to DJ. I also have no DJ equipment. Yeah, what would I do? I don't know. I feel like DJing is fucking boring. Like I might as well just like put on some music and like chat. I think a lot more people would come in and want to hang out if I just did that. Hey Arl, what's up? Okay, you guys ready? Here we go. We're gonna start off with making drums. We're gonna do a couple of things here. I am gonna make some kicks and snares on this. What's new? Nothing much. I was just talking about like what I'm getting ready to do for the channel in the future and what we're looking at for 2026. And yeah, kind of all that good jazz and good shit. No. It was like I spent like 2 minutes talking about it. So it's nothing crazy, but just relaying my thoughts about what I want to do. And I kind of want to start pushing the channel in a direction to where I'm going to create like redo the playlists for one, and really try to format and clean the channel up to where like people can come in and know exactly where to go. And part of that is going to be with the membership stuff, like with the courses and packaging that, like, and instead of just me making a course on drums, I'm going to try to format it into serving a higher purpose and helping people figure out how to get better at music. And so what I was saying was now is a really good time to ask questions of like, what do you want to see on the channel? Um, what are your production struggles? If there are any tips and tricks that you've seen me do through stream or anything, let me know those as well because I can convert those into shorts. And that way, like the archive of shorts can just be like, you know what I mean? It's all just there. But really trying to like reorganize the channel, I think is what's going on. All of the content I think is really good. I think that the information is solid. It just is kind of confusing, and I was realizing this. I was actually talking to Chat GPT and I was talking to it about my courses and stuff, and they were like, well, drum course is cool, but what problem does it solve? And how does it like create a clear message to people? Um, Other than they know how to make drums now. Well, then what? And I was like, wow, that's a really good point. So, not that Chat GPT knows everything, but I agree with that. And so, what I'd like to do is start to create my own version of here is my channel is dedicated for both hobbyists and professionals and all that other stuff, but I need to create a pathway to be like, here's how you get better at music, and here is all of the fucking work that I've done the past almost decade now on the channel to get to where I'm at. And I don't think that I'm necessarily someone important, but I do think that I have a lot of experience and will be able to communicate that message and identify and relate to a lot of problems that people are having. I think that's the best way I can put that. So that's my intention, and that's what I want to do with the channel going forward. Um, and yeah, exactly, right? It's overwhelming because I'm doing so much and I'm working so quickly. So trying to format stuff in a way that is there. Now, to be fair, whenever I'm streaming, I'm not trying to I'm not trying to get people to where I'm at in one stream. You know what I mean? Like I'm just trying to cook and have fun and have a good time. But when it comes into like teaching and it comes into dedicated videos, really starting not necessarily over, but going back to the beginning and then being like, okay, we're going to start here. If you're new, start here. If you're intermediate, go here. If you're advanced, go here. And then once the structure of the music has been created, then I'll have all of the, philosophy and the theories and, what have you, the beyond, the what's after I know how to make a track. And that's going to hopefully help people like start to have a clear path about like where to pinpoint their problems and where to look, because I think that like when I upload videos and stuff, there's so many fucking videos that I need to just honestly delete all my playlists and start over, and just create a clear path of how to get better, and then come up with those courses that is like, hey, if you're a hobbyist, that's totally fine, but if you want to take your music production to the next level, which I do believe I can help you do that. And when I say like take your production to the next level, I don't mean, I just I don't know how to package it different than what the other guys do, but I feel like I need to do something that's going to set myself apart than, fuck, I don't want to name any names, but I think you guys know what kind of courses and shit I'm talking about, right? Oh, become a professional music producer or whatever. It's like, no, I have so much more to offer than that. By genre, no. It's just going to be with like, we'll do genre stuff after we understand how to put a track together. I think, but first and foremost, it needs to be like, you need to know the basics of how to put any kind of track together. You know, like it's not just, oh, let's look at dubstep, and I really want to keep it genre agnostic, because to be honest with you, composition doesn't really change. It doesn't matter if I'm making a dubstep halftime, drum and bass, fucking whatever. You know what I mean? When we're nursing a back injury, oh shit. Upper back or lower back? Anyway, enough yapping. I'm ready to make some music. Sort of mid was Being a numbnuts while lifting. Roman deadlift? Were you doing deadlifts? Actually moving weights? Like just moving weights? Yeah. Oh, fuck. I feel like you make the learning step by step pretty easy, at least overall. I thank you. I think so too, but it's still like really unorganized. And I need to like put everything in a package that is like a clear path. I love when people say it obvious and drill into. Oh my god, guys, I need glasses. Minutia. You are an actual music teacher. I am wrong. I wouldn't consider myself an actual music teacher. And Chad, I've been listening to a lot of old school acid house today. Time for something different. As in, you're gonna make something different. The little obsessed over. Yeah, I mean, there's a time and a place for it for sure. Oh, with whatever I'm making, yeah, I am not making acid house. Or acid techno for that matter. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. Sounds pretty good. I was watching the Noisia Patreon the other day, for example, and I like when Nick is stepping through all the little details. I wish that he would do more tutorials because, like, past the drums and then like the basic video on like on how he makes neuro shit, um, that was like that was it, and I was like, oh my god, like there's so much more for you to teach. Like, stop bringing other people in. I'm here for you, for your tutorials, which I have an appreciation for, like him doing that with other people and whatnot, you know, because I think that there's a matter of like the inclusivity and like sharing the wealth and whatever. But still, like I there's so much more from them that I was hoping that they would share. Hey Nate, what's up? Have you thought about putting in a request perhaps? Yeah, I have. I'm not subscribed to them anymore, but when I was like, yo, I'd really like to see that. And I said my piece. It's somewhere within those comment sections in those videos. Hey Aaron. Yeah, that's shaping up to sound nice. Let's give it some texture. Just gonna grab a hat, I think. But yeah, like I said, if there's any other like if there's stuff that you all want to see in the future as far as video wise, like I'm all for it, let me know. Even if I've already done it. That sounds really nice. I'm gonna bring up the high end of that just a little bit though. Yo, Agent Lo-Fi, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Soul Steel. Yo, speaking of, Corey got me a "What is a Man" bumper sticker for Christmas, and I'm so excited to put it on. I just need to clean my car first before I do that. But I'm thrilled. All right, that sounds pretty good. You can just grab that and do that. She does. She does. But I also know her really well. I got her some like Tokidoki shit and she was like over the moon about it, which we haven't like done all gifts, but I asked if she wanted to open one early and she got some Tokidoki stuff and then she showed me a bumper sticker and I'm like, well played. Well played. To be honest, I asked for it, but what can you say? All right, let's make our snare. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so what we're gonna do here. Just trying to shape this. That's what I want. And there's a reason why. But when you have that skewed sound like that, it's going to do really well when we push that through all of the distortion and stuff. But I'm looking for a more natural sound. Maybe more videos about specific sound design. Found some 90s sample CDs content that were used for a lot of games, for example. Maybe a video about that, trying to make sounds in that style. Like distorted reality from Spectrasonics and stuff. Feedback looping was definitely an important part of that, I guess. I did recently put some videos up about that, about feedback looping. I also have, yeah, sorry. Let me just like write that down and like, you know what? Yeah. Rather than being like, yo, I've got a bunch of videos on that. Let me stop. List them. Whatever you want me to do. Just list them. Okay. And that's my bad. Whatever you want to see, list it. It's hard because like I've come to the point where honestly guys, like I have videos on just about everything. Everything that you want to know. Well, as far as what I know. Sorry. And so I need to like take a step back and be like, okay, this is what they're asking for though. Don't listen to Andrew Huberman podcast often, but he had David Cho talking about suffering and creativity. He was kind of scattered, but made some really good points that can apply to making music. Maybe just a rec for you to watch. I'm happy with your content, especially the 808 style stuff and Faceplant. Thanks, Juan. My particular need involving hardware. Everyone's going to have different needs. Well, even still, like I actually just ordered a new table. Because I have all my synths on the desk. So, right, like all the hardware. But what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to move all of that shit, except for the microcosm, I think, to the hardware table. Maybe even not. Maybe we'll just move everything. I don't know. I'm on the fence. Or maybe just the Electron boxes. Nah. Yeah, I'm on the fence. But it's going to sit right here, right next to the closet. And it's cool because it tilts like this. So I'd have to like move there. But I mean, I have a lot of ideas with what I wanted to do with hardware, which I recently did a video that was like how to use hardware or how to get hardware into the DAW and how to create a workflow for that, which I think is what a lot of people are wondering about. Um, I mean, that would be the only thing though, is that my hardware is not the same as yours. So, yeah, that would be the only disclaimer. Yeah, how does one become hardware agnostic? Well, I mean, to be honest with you, most hardware does the same shit. It just sounds different, or it has a different knob, or you know what I mean. It does, but you have to consider its limitations. Yeah, but you just when you work with hardware, you know what I mean. You keep it simple. Like, okay, we're gonna make a Reese base, but as opposed to using whatever synth I have's unique features, we just go all the way up until the filter, and then we say, okay, if you don't have this, here's where you stop. Um, or when you explain it, like for example, the Iridium core has a lot of stuff. You talk about what it's missing or what it needs, and then you explain like how other people might be able to solve that problem through other tools or through other devices or whatever. But when it comes to like sound design and hardware and stuff, it's one of the most straightforward things, and I get why people like it because like no matter what you do, it's going to make a sound. So let's go for the EQ plus. Do you need a hard? Do you need a hardware, but do you have enough routing for all of your gear to run at the moment? Hardware bus. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty fortunate personally because the Electron stuff can act as an interface, and so everything is plugged up to the DAW via USB in some form or another. So like the Iridium is going into the analog heat, and then I can just pull up the analog heat as a VST. Likewise with the only thing that's not routed into that is the microcosm. And so what I'm doing is I've got two outputs going out of the Bitway Connect. It's connecting into the microcosm, and then the microcosm has a stereo out that's two inputs into um, the thing, two inputs into the Jesus Christ, Ian. Uh, Back into the Bitway Connect. Sorry. Holy hell, you lost me. Um, I do not envy being in the position of having to set oneself up for streaming, routing, and so on. It's really not that bad because they're separate. They're not all together. So hold on one sec. Um, okay, this is going to be through a small hole, but everything is set up through these three. 1, 2, 3 are plugged into USB, right? Now, the only thing that doesn't run natively is the Iridium core. So the Iridium core is going into the Zoya, and that's going as an input into the analog heat. just from this plugin here, right? That's the only like unique thing. But with the Bitwig Connect, you see that there's two inputs and two outputs. So these two inputs are going into this, and then this is routing itself back into, outputs is routing into this, and then these are going back out of this. And so what it's done is given me a basically a quick effect or quick access to the effect for um, making stuff like for running it through the microcosm. So it's really not that bad. Is that a pull-up bar? That is a pull-up bar. And this is, I don't know if you can see that or not, but this is a Nord bench. Yeah, you guys didn't know? Like I work out a lot. Very big on working out. See my guns. Hardware rack expansion. So what I've done was I've ordered a table, like I said, and I'm gonna move all this shit to the table, and that's gonna free up some space for the desk. And then I'll be able to plug this in and set up with the iPad so I can just like do jams and record and stuff. Haven't seen that. Oh, it's new. It is new. It's a pull-up bar. Yeah. I would love a room with home gym and other side houses and sense. Yeah. No, it's fine. I get it. But I mean, yeah, because I'm hurt right now, go figure. I kind of just got everything that I need for the gym here. Like there's a bike in the other room. I have weights, kettlebells, um, what's it called? Resistance bands, a yoga mat, just stuff like that to help me stay sane. Mm. Also, another new addition. Yeah, it's a spin bike. It's what's it called? Pubu or something like that. It's just a stationary bike. But yeah, I try to get on that 2-3 times a week. Labubu. JK. I have with me the world's rarest Labubu. I have a tanky as fuck Nordic track, super solid. I might like maybe upgrading or something is not totally out of the cards. I just want one that's a little more quiet because like mine squeaks and I hate that shit. It's like and I'm just like, fuck. Ah, shut up. You gotta oil it now and then. Yeah. Maybe so. It's not the wheel that squeaks. We're doing halftime today. Kind of want this to. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Sorry. Let's get some glue. Do I want to remix your track? I honestly do not have time to do other projects at the moment. Hey, how's it going, Oral? Did I miss something? The glue. What am I doing? Transit control. That was the most straightforward request ever. I don't know. I can appreciate assertion, being assertive, but I don't have the time. I'm sorry. I actually like it better in mono. It's just not quite. It's not quite as punchy as I want it to be, and I think it's because of this. Hmm. Yeah, that's sounding better. Let's give this just a little bit of bump here. Okay. That's going to be scary. That helps a lot. Let's grab a vocoder. And I'm trying to get this to have just a little bit more of a splash. I'm going to distort it again to try to push everything through and make it just a little bit more crunchy. All right. We can layer it. Cool. Pretty satisfied with that. I have a fucking wonderful video coming out. It's going to be a bit. before it drops. But yeah, I'm really excited to put it out. But I'm gonna switch over to a new project here in a second. Not a new project, but to a different project. We're just gonna go fishing for some acoustic stuff. If you remember, this video is already up, but I talk about how to go from making drums like this which is terrible, to this. So what I want to do is actually just want to take that out. So for one, but I also want to play with some different snare layers. Can I do a release plug? If you don't mind, do it in the Discord. Wait, do I have that running? Okay, so I'm going to mute the kick now. There's a thing that says share your music and sounds in there. You can put it there. Okay, so what I'm going to do with this is play around with different snares for one. And two, I'm also going to play with different hat stuff and see if I can get some cool little shuffles and whatnot. So what I'm doing here is just messing around with that. That's nice. So I don't think that this is hitting through the gate hard enough. So what we need to do is lower the overhead threshold just a little bit. Or maybe cool. So now we've got some nice acoustic texture over this that we can start to pull back into the other thing, into this guy, which is nice. It's nice. In the sample pack here, we can go into the data modified and we can just pull all this stuff out. And so now we've got some stuff that I'm not gonna use the same groove, but you know what I mean? It's got a little bit of realism to the sounds that we can combine within this. So we can go here. And I'm going to need to check my reference here in just a second because I've already forgotten the idea that I'm doing from doing the sound design. But give me just 1 second while I pull this up. This is why it's nice to have an external device because I can just play this without, I can play this through the iPad without getting copyrighted.
You always wondered why that app didn't exist.
Cool. So the next thing that we're going to do is I'm going to do a mock-up here. Oh, I was like, why isn't this making noise? Since you track, much appreciated. I see you have Merc on your Discord. Cool, dude. Yeah, he's been around for a while. I met him through the Saturate. Let me listen to what this sounds like. So not this one. Okay, that's too tonal. And we might not want this to be at 90 per se. Maybe like 87, because we want this to feel a little bit more laid back. And then now we just need to fuck with this to make it a little bit more natural, because it's still not quite. And so now we can go to the gain here, variate that. That's a lot. There we go. Could just let me work, figure it out. That's an option. It's all good. Just it's gonna be more of like a groovy halftime as opposed to like boom. So we're just trying to create a shuffle here within this and see if we can get some interesting interaction behind some of this stuff. Might even want this to be a little bit like a little bit more on as opposed to pushing it super early because I don't want it to be too like I don't want it to be too forward. I want it to be like something kind of like that. I don't know why I'm doing this, but
Recording to logbook.
There it is. It's almost there. Not quite, but it's getting there. It's almost there. Yeah, this is silly. That's more, I think we're about there. Sick. Or rather, let's put it here. Hey, what's up, dude? Sweet. Hopefully this will be a little bit more exciting than damn it feels good to be a gangster. Damn it feels good to be a gangster. Cause I want it to be like when the bass hits and stuff, we're gonna try to we're gonna get into the design of that here in just a bit, but yeah, I really want it to I want this shit to thump. Long story short. Want that shit to bump. Bump. Yeah. It's a little too chill for me. Um, how's everybody doing? What's going on? How's life? Hmm. Waiting for Christmas. Let's go. What are you doing design for? Some poster artwork style. Oh, dope. Bruh. Jesus. Bruh. Uh, let me listen to this for a few minutes. Maybe I did want this to be. All right, I really like this beat style, but I think that this is more of what I was going for. So a little bit more. Oh, let's get to the bass design now. Mm. What program do you use for graphic art, Grimtech? So I'm kind of trying something new here, and I'm thinking about doing like a combination of the Cohen sound stuff that I've been studying lately and like my own thing. And so I'm kind of stumbling through how I want to do this. Cohen sound, to be clear, not Cohen. Oh, yeah, yeah. That's part of their Patreon is like I subscribed to them like 2 3 years ago and saved their videos and stuff, and I was just looking back on some of their stuff and being like, hmm. Just their bass design. You can just do it all day. I feel that. I feel that. For me, it's better at pastime than watching trash TV. Yeah, I feel that too. There's always a time and place for both, though. So what I'm trying to do here is like build a repertoire of stuff that's can be both automated and other shit that can be like automatic. So I want to create shapes with this that are going to do a little bit of both. I know this is really quiet, but it's going to come back up here in a sec. Yeah, I do. I had an omelet today. I routinely start my day with 2 eggs now. It helps. Helps with helps with what? Oh, yeah, yeah. It's going to. I'm trying to figure out why this got so quiet, though. Hmm. Okay, now I'm at this crossroad here where I'm not really sure if I want to just start going ham with automation or if I want to bounce out some different versions of this and try to just throw it into a sampler and find different chops. So I guess I could do both. Let's just get the note down and bro, probably want that over here. I've only got 4 macros. Interesting. So what I could do now is throw in another multi-pass here. Take out the mids and some of this stuff and see what that does, if anything. So what I want to do is you create some stuff in here that's going to um do some other stuff. Sounds okay, but I think that there's a lot more wet ass drums. Yeah, like I want the high end to be a little bit more fuzzy. Yeah, like, what am I doing here that's making it sound way too crushed? This. It's just a fart. Yeah, so it's just one of those things that you kinda have to put some work into, you know? Dope. So now what I wanna do is, we're just gonna create some more LFOs on this. And with the new multipass on this, we are going to create some different shapes on here and just record out all of this different stuff. So now I'm kind of doing some damage control over this to make it a little bit cleaner. And within this here, I'm trying to get this to morph just a little bit more, but I want this to almost like cut out completely in certain cases. Cool. All right. Sorry. So now what we can do is start to play with different variations of this and octaves and stuff. And we're just going to bounce out the different versions in order to get like some fills and stuff to make it more interesting. So. Okay, so Now we will take this out and we are going to create a new instance of phase plant. Go into a sampler here. Kind of like so. Files. We'll have a macro here to change the offset. So like that sound right there, the like boom, you know, that is kind of interesting to me. So Yeah, I think, like, the big thing is just trying to figure out how to mix this because it's normally not as crushed. But as you can tell, like, I'm trying to, like, bring it just below the cusp of farty, but still have, like, the weight, which I also don't really feel from the sound. It's cool, though. The other thing that bothers me about this is, um, the offset with the sampler start is not respecting the placement. So, like, this is different, like, every time. It's different every time, so that's really fucking annoying. Mm. Yeah, it's frustrating. Well, when I'm trying to bounce it out and, like, have a sense of consistency for the track, it's a problem, you know? Because I need it to be consistent so that way I know what the phrase is going to be and I can, like, make more precise judgment calls on how to proceed with the track. Okay, now my shit's tripping out. So for whatever I just did, made it just take a dump. What the fuck? Okay. Are we good? No, we're not good. Bitwig, what the fuck? It's my own fault for using Bitwig 6 again. I need to learn my fucking lesson. Like, no matter what beta we're on, like, don't make fucking music in Bitwig beta. Oh, lovely. It just crashed on me. Um, the randomness is creating cool shit though. Gotta be a way to use that. It's not that it's unusable. It's like when the song is actually printed, it like you want it to do the same thing every time. Just trying to find the positives. Oh, I mean, well, what's gonna happen is like at a certain point through this, um, like let's say this is doing something different every time. I'll just record whatever phrase I like and then just put it in audio. So it's not that big of a deal, but it's just annoying. Hmm? So now what we can do with this as well is make a duplicate of this. And all I'm going to do is just make a sub. Oops. Didn't crash. I just hit Command H instead of Command J. Okay, so now mm, Hey, thanks, dude. Um, hmm. Dude, this dog has been barking for a fucking hour. I wonder if I need to just make this like way more consistent because like it's got way too much variation in it. But also like every time this fucking thing plays, it's different. So annoying. I need to find a way to clean this up. Might need to like just simplify as well, but I don't know. I'm kind of on the fence about what it is, but it's cool that like pretty much a single sound is taking up most of the headroom and stuff, and so there's a flaw in the design of it with how much noise and whatever that I have, but trying to just get everything to still sound pristine and whatnot is kind of this middle ground that I'm looking for. I really like that reverb sound. It almost sounds like someone's going like, "Ugh." That right there. That's so cool. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to bounce out this group. And maybe what I can do now is just maybe do something like fade this out. Oh my god, bro, Jesus. Just maintain the same. Just an ugly sound. That's a very different flavor. Mm. Yeah, it's interesting. I need to work. Mm. Definitely need to do more work on my basses and stuff. Um, but I guess I was just trying some different things. I really like the drums on this. Why is there a double hit right there? Oh, it's because that. I mean, I could just turn it into 808s and do like neurofills or whatever if I wanted to. But yeah, I don't know. It's really interesting to try different try these different workflow approaches, assuming that the sound in the end is good. Like this is okay with the bass or whatever, but I think that having a more consistent call and response would probably be a better way to try to approach it. Um, just like a more stagnant sub that you can do. But it is fun to go crazy with automation and stuff. I don't get how people like Cohen sound and whatnot just have like an insane amount of variation, but it still sounds cool. And there's some other missing puzzle pieces that I'm also wanting to incorporate, but yeah, I don't know. I noted that as well. Yeah, I mean, in the video, there's like quite a few stages of the resampling process, and like none of the stuff that they're doing is stuff that I don't know. It's just more of the organization of it. Excuse me. Excuse me. I didn't give you permission to get up here. Can you get down? Get down, Jersey. Get down. Oh, it's 12:46. I see. That means that it's probably time for your Is it time for your snack? Is it time for your snack? I'll be right back, guys. Let me take care of her real fast. Is it time for the snack? Let's get a snack. Let's get a snack. I took her out right before where they go over the resampling. It's in the same base video. Um, they just talk about how to make their style of neurobase, but like it's a chain of events that goes from like super phasey Reese's to distorting the mids and adding reverb, then automation with pitches and stuff. Well, I think they delete the automation or they end up doing that at some point. Then they have another iteration. Excuse me. That's going through another set of modulation with peaks and notches again. And then when they get to the actual application part, they split everything up to where they're automating a low pass, a high pass, um, and then low mids and highs, which is really interesting. It's like an hour-long video, but I don't remember what it's called exactly. Hey, baby, I took you out like 2.5 hours ago. I made sure that I let you go pee before I went live. Yeah. It's dope, but I don't know, like my thing that I'm trying to work out here is a workflow approach. Because I'm not trying to necessarily do what they do. It's more of like, okay, is it worth it for me to really sit down and try to do a bunch of automation? Or should I just bounce out phrases that I like and do processing to that, which is what I'm leaning towards. So like having a distorted sub, something like that, and coming up with little patterns that is consistent, and then using little fills of like neuro that are like offspring from the same sound of like little racks or whatever is kind of where what I'm thinking about. But in light of that, something that they also go really overboard with is the distortion aspect of it or the saturation. And I think that I'm struggling with that part the most because I'm trying to have that cool, crunchy sound with the low end. But I think that like there's just I think I went way too far with it. She loves that. She loves when I pinch her ears in the back like this and then give her a massage like this. She loves that. She loves that. So I recently got her a mesh muzzle to, for one, prevent her from eating stuff she's not supposed to, but two, to help her with her socialization with other dogs. But the other thing that I got her was a front leash. Um, and she has been a completely different dog on walks from that. Isn't that right? You have just been a wonderful bundle of joy to walk. Aw. How's that going? The socialization part? Well, right now I'm just training her to put the muzzle on because she hates it. And so what I'm doing is I'm cutting up treats and putting it in and letting her eat out of the basket. She incites all the doggos. Yeah. And so doing that, and trying to get the mesh thing to smell like, snacks and stuff is where I'm at. For the last 3 days I've been able to get it on her, but it's a battle every time. She's always like, you know what I mean, trying to like fight out of it. But eventually she gives up and lets me put it on, and then we go on walks and she looks all embarrassed. But we go outside and then she gets excited again. So the walks that we have gone on though, she hasn't really like ran into any other dogs. But it's fine because if we can prepare her for that, then if we take her to the dog park or something, you know what I mean, and she's around other dogs, then she'll be able to interact with them without us worrying about like the other dog getting nipped or something like that. Because she's never attacked any other dog, but she has like nipped at them, and been like, "Arr." And so I'm trying to prevent that. and just get her some interactivity because she needs it. She needs some friends other than me and and Corey. But we're trying. She's a great dog. She's a good girl. You hear that? Are you a good girl, Jersey? Who's a good puppy? Are you a good girl? Are you a good dog? Oh, thank you for the kiss. Are you a good puppy? Who's a good girl? Oh, big stretch. Big stretch. Bigger stretch. Yeah, she's pretty great. It's not even like better safe than sorry. It's like trying to figure out how to like break her trauma because like, you know, we adopted her, but I think that some other dog just fucking dogs maybe just fucked her up because she hates other dogs. Um and also I'm sure that she was neglected. Like when we got her rope, she didn't know how to play tug of war. She didn't know that it was a toy. And so we had to teach her how to do that. And there's a lot of things that we had to introduce her to that she was like, "Hey, what the fuck is going on? Oh, this is okay," you know. But yeah, it's a learning experience for all of us. And like she's not the first dog that I've helped raise, but she definitely is the first dog that I'm like she's mine, you know, because I helped my brother raise his dogs and all of that other stuff, but she is she just a bundle of joy. Thank you. Thank you for the kisses, but I don't want that. I'm still working, sweetie. I still have to stress out over making beats that are trash. I still have to make the garbage music that I'll never release to the public. I know. Doesn't that sound like a fantastic job? To just make 90% bullshit and only like about half of that? I know. I know. What can you say? What can you say? That's me over here. Yeah, I know, right? Okay. I'll give you smooches, but then I have to get back to work, okay? Come on. I love you. You're a good girl. You're a good puppy. All right. Can you get down? Get down. Down. Thank you. Nah, it's well, I think I've gotten a lot better about the perfectionism part, but it's also a means of is it working? No, it's not working. No, sweetie, get down. Now you get the elbows. 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 Get down. Get down. Don't get fox out. She probably really wants you to check something out. She she's got like a few different signals that I've learned. She has the bathroom one. Like if she starts licking me a lot, that means that she needs to go out. When she does that, which she usually does like twice, she's bored, or hungry. Um, she never barks at me. If she jumps on me and does the growly thing, that means that she wants to play. Um, which yeah, maybe I'll open the door so she can go hang out outside. You want to go on the porch? You want to go bark at the other dogs because the other dogs will not stop barking? Does that sound good to you? You want to go on the porch? Let's go on the porch. I'll leave the door open for you. Let's go on the porch. You want to go on the porch? Yeah, that's what she wanted. She wanted the porch. Um, yeah. So let's try again. And let's move this stuff out of the way. I'm gonna group this and pull this in as well. Make this blue and just deactivate it. That way I don't have to really worry about that. What is this? Oh yeah, that's another thing that I'm not really using. So I think that part of what I'm on to is wanting to create patches that have more expression to them. Maybe I don't. I don't know. The reference track that I was listening to was Fingernailed by Vector. And for the most part, there's just the consistent like boop, 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 boop. And then like you have the cool like fills and stuff like that. But something else that I was listening to, not as a reference, but just as like trying to get in the mood for making bass music and all that, was Battered from Chi. Or was it Quitters? It was Blimey. Sorry. And Blimey was really interesting because there was a lot of subtle automation, I want to say. It sounds like there was a lot of subtle automation. Like there's sub and it introduces a high pass Reese or something like over time, or like it's layered or whatever. I can't really tell what it is, and I haven't had the chance to talk to Chi in a long time, but um yeah, it's interesting. And maybe I should hit him up again and talk about stuff like that. I don't know. It seems obvious, right? It's just like make a patch and make a bunch of shit that you can change over time with the automation thing, but at the same time I'm also like there's other ways to do that. New tune, yes please. Well, we've got some drums that sound good, but I have abandoned the bass line. We're gonna start over on that, but there's no swing. What are you talking about? There's no swing, good sir. Okay, see, like, this works. Now we just need to... You know what I mean? That actually works, but I want this to be like more aggressive basses and stuff, you know? And so thinking about this is like, how do I want to approach this? And that's why I think working with simple sounds and or like just writing the bass line down like this is like one of the best things you can do, because at least then you have a general approach for like what you want that to be. But yeah, like I could do something that's like a little bit more traditional, like boo vote 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 vote, you know, like a womp or something like that. Um, Maybe something else that I could do or something that I could think about is build the automation over time, which that could be pretty fun to try. So as opposed to just like designing the patch, I could start with a sine wave and then start designing to... Oh, oh my god, you guys. Um, Look at this angel. Sorry. Look at that. Look at that. She's just a baby. She's just a baby. But yeah, even trying to build a patch over time once the sub is in. So, you know, we could even like duplicate this and... Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Is just building off of a sine wave and then thinking about what other kinds of things I can automate within that. Um, like for example, trying this method where we you know what I mean? Shit like this that yeah, you see how these all have, and I think maybe this part was where I was missing because I think that there was an overlap here to where the crossover of them was not allowing for the bandpass to vocalize because it was just like there was there was no isolation of that band, which I find to be pretty interesting. But does anyone know good channels that have good voice processing tutorials, not necessarily for music? I would look over like voiceover, like voice acting stuff. I have videos on vocal processing, but not for like singing. It's more for like doing chops and all that kind of shit. You know what I mean? So, something like that. I'm not really happy with the way that that sounds, but it's interesting to think about. Um, I think I'll find my way with how all this stuff is going to work, but like I know I'm on the right track with this stuff, but yeah. Yeah, I agree. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think that I think it's just more refined, you know, cuz like back in the day with like neurohop and stuff, it was just like blasting with different variation and whatnot. Whereas and today, it seems like there's a lot more consistency, and then you do like fills with the neuro and stuff. And what I feel like what I'm looking for is a little bit of both. It is, but there's also like, yeah, that's the thing is beyond just trial and error. It's a matter of setting yourself up for success to where the trial and error is going to be beneficial, as opposed to like, let me just fuck around and make, you know, wild stuff and be like erratic, I think. And that's not really what I'm looking to do. I'm like, all right, how can I build patches that are bases but more expressive that um you know what I mean, that I can kind of play as an instrument. This was actually something that I talked with Alckemy about last year, now that I think about it. And I'm no stranger to it. Like, right. I know that. I know that as well. But I think that there's just a certain thing that I'm looking for within this that I haven't been able to crack. I'm trying to think as well. Like, sorry, there's a few tracks from Cage that I was listening to the other day that, or wait, is this here? Let me see. Um, Dot Cage. What was this? Was this Delusions of Grandeur? Yeah. Um, let me see here. No, maybe it's in the library. This is a really good example of Fixate. I can't play that one because I don't want to get copyrighted. But I don't know. I also don't want to show Cohen Sound's video, but I can show a piece of it probably. Like just a very snippet of why I find this to be really interesting. Yeah, just Satsu. You know what's crazy is like that's like one of his oldest tracks where he was just doing nothing. Just like literally fucking around. Like he doesn't make music like that anymore.
We have a nice tab on the see what we can do.
But yeah, I mean like most of this shit is just around automation.
Two different groups that we and that should go.
Trying to get him to just play the thing.
Right after the I brought in
But you see how that kind of stuff with the explosions and the noise and stuff is kind of what I was hoping to get at.
Automation to it. I just want the I'm a big fan of having a bit of contrast in a phrase like that, where you bring up the low pass frequency to get more mids before pulling them back again. I think
interesting stuff. I would highly recommend checking out their Patreon. But I guess like the other thing to it is if I wanted to, rather than do all that automation shit, I could just sound out phonetically the basses that I want to do. And I think that's what I've been more successful with in the past than anything. And maybe that's what I'll stick to. You know. Right. That's what I've been exploring the past week. You know what I mean? And being like, okay, well, is there a middle ground with that, with wanting to do that? Or do you see what I'm like? Do you see this crossroad that I'm taking a look at? I'm like, all right, do I want to try to build an expressive macro based instrument? Or do I want to just be extremely deliberate with the kinds of sounds that I want to make and just like make the phrases myself, you know? Do you store your music on USB drives or is it mostly on the cloud or your hard drive build up over time? Making music, I use USB drives all the time and see the importance of having good recovery software. Most of my stuff is on a hard drive, but I have copies of everything everywhere as also if drive goes bad. I don't know. I'm also under the impression that if like I would never want this to happen, but if it did and everything just fucking like went kaputs and I had to start over, then I'd be like, all right, well, I think the thing that I would miss the most is some of the racks that I built and the templates, you know. But other than that, I'd be like, all right, it's fine. I'll just make new drums. I mean, I make new shit all the time anyways. As far as like my actual music goes, like I have most of, not most, but I have a lot of it on my website and I have it backed up to the external. I also have it on my phone, which if it's on your phone, that's a little bit trickier because you have to have another app to be able to like pull stuff off of. But yeah, I suppose I have it off of multiple devices. Photorec could save your life if you know how to install it. I don't know what that is, but that sounds sketchy, and I'm good. I'm good. No thanks. I think it's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Trying to think. Yeah, there are some music tracks from like it's a free recover tool. I think Mac has that as well. What works for me sometimes is treat them as a percussive element with the automation being an expression for tool, use it for accents, call and response, rhythm switches. Yeah, no, I feel that, but like how do I say this? Like, and you know me, you know that I've done all this stuff. It's more of just taking another look at it and like exploring and revisiting. Um, but I haven't tried this style in a while. Yeah, and that's kind of why I'm taking a look at it again, you know. It's more of like, okay, I here's what I know how to do. Now, is there something that I'm missing or is there something that could help me have a different fresh approach to making bass music and whatnot, you know? But I'm also really thinking about like how fun it is to just make a drum groove and then like throw bass over it and start doing getting like that being the majority of the work. Does that make sense? As opposed to like being super musical or trying to do like a bunch of resamples for different texture that meshes with the song but doesn't really make it quote unquote like heavier, you know? Like I think were you here yesterday or on Saturday? Um no. Le no. Where's my project file? Oh, there it was. So like 1019. I probably wasn't. So something I've had success with in the past was to just have a consistent sub and then have like a resample session of different things and to just put them in a sampler. So like this would be like the chi workflow, right? Right? So you can just do that and then with this, you can see that there's automation on here to where the automation that I'm doing is just flipping where the sample start is. And then I think on Identity Crisis, if I'm not mistaken, October 1st, 607. I just had like a distorted sub for the most part, and then like had a bunch of resamples of cuts and stuff. Playhead works well. What's Playhead? But yeah, for the most part, it's just this. Oh, I have to load the project. It takes the movement baked in the sample and moves it around. I do that too. Remember when Bitwig was bragging that their projects loaded faster? This project is not that big. Oh, sample offset modulation. Yeah. So, I mean, and in this one, yeah, like this is just and something else that I do whenever I've remembered that like if I want to have accents and stuff, then I'll just make a copy of this and then layer it, you know, something like that, because this is just how I split it into the sub on that. And then this is just like just one sound. So yeah, I mean, long story short, I'm not really sure if I want to, you know, because I could do it this way. I can do it with the sample offset, and then now I've been exploring with the, you know, with the automation aspect of it, and being like, oh, okay, well, you know, what would happen if what would it look like if I made a track that was centered around just, you know what I mean, building the patch like that. Um, I just don't know if that's like the optimal way for me or whatever. You know what I mean? But it's fun to try, and it's fun to be like, all right, well, let's throw this in here and see what that looks like on the other side. Your sound inspires me so much to go into this music. Teodori? Teodori? Did I read that right? Territory. Yeah, the contrast between sustain and rhythm is there. Right. And that whenever I'm playing with the automation on this, with the other stuff, you know what I mean? That's the kind of thing that I'm hoping to pull out. But that's why I was saying it's kind of tricky to figure out what automation to utilize. So that way it creates that kind of variation. You know what I mean? And that's why those guys are so good, is because they've figured out what kinds of parameters and what kind of things they like to tweak in order to get those expressive sounds. Whereas for me, it's still kind of like in the dark with making it all work. And the other thing that's a really big difference of what I'm trying versus what they're doing is that I'm not resampling. I'm just loading effect racks. And it normally wouldn't necessarily matter in terms of power, but some sounds are reactionary based off of the pitch when you bake them in, of course. And so being like, all right, well, I'm trying to get to the bottom of like what makes this work, or what interaction makes this do this. Yeah, I can for sure, but I'm just like, I don't know if I want to do that or not, or you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Well, I'm not even necessarily like fully committed into making a decision on the matter, but more so being like, let's give this a try, because I don't ever do this. Um, say FM saw, so silent automation is going from 60 to 7 and never going to the full extent of the modulation. Right, it's subtle, but some of the stuff that I was showing in that video that they were playing um, has a big requirement of processing to go through it in order to get that. And so not only that, but it has to be the right amount. You know what I mean? It has to be um, it has to be the right kind of interaction that you're creating between everything with, let's say, the range of the macro. And so also something that I thought was fascinating was that they were doing no low pass filtering other than the sub, which that was crazy to me. So, yeah. Yeah, the chain was ginormous, especially if you paper trail back to. Do you still use the trackpad primarily? You mean this? Yes. Um, aside from that, the resampling as well, which I mean, it really isn't that big. But what is interesting is the I guess it was pretty big now that I think about it. Was the filtering and the interaction of like and the baking in between stages, you know. But I think that I rebuilt the thing or like the steps rather within Faceplant, which is really fun. Maybe an audio follower can create subtle movement within the automation range. Perhaps. I feel like that would be difficult to control. Ow, Jersey, what the fuck? Burp. Yeah, so it started off with just like a notch or a boost notch sweep or two notches and a boost. It went through distortion. That went into another like boosties notch. Then they distorted the mids. Or wait, before they did that, they had a reverb chain that they were automating. Then they distorted the mids. And then yeah. Might have went off the deep end for that. Through a gate, and then I added some of my own stuff on here. But this was the big thing that they were doing towards the end, so where they were having the automation of both the low end and the high end, playing around with this, which is like I said, like none of this stuff is new, right? Because it would be the same thing as as me doing this. With this guy or whatever. And so what I've been playing with is actually like, you know, making this, but instead of doing LFOs and whatever, you know what I mean? I might like automate that or something, if that makes sense. And then automate like a notch sweep with it. So that way it goes like that together. And creating interactions like that, but except extremely layered to where it has that really cool like opening and closing. And one major thing that I've learned from this takeaway, regardless, is instead of doing the filtering, like just messing with the low, mids, and highs on a volume automation perspective, as opposed to filtering out the high end, has been extremely interesting to think about. I'm trying to think if there was something else technical that they did as well, but I'm having a hard time remembering. But yeah, I think like ultimately that's what I'd like to do is start working towards building patches that can do that. But again, figuring out the right amounts and like what to do as opposed to just making random shit. I also think that it would be incredibly useful for other people if I could design patches like that inside of something like Faceplant, you know, because then they could just get to work and they could lay down the foundation of what they want to do and then go crazy with the macros. So it would be extremely beneficial, especially from a preset perspective. But coming up with a new ecosystem for that, I think, is going to take a lot of research and a lot more practice, which is not a problem, but um, other than the time aspect. But that's the thing, is that it's going to take time. I was hoping to get Zayaku over here because I was telling him about this and talking to him about like the expressiveness of that. But yeah, and something that I've even thought about as well is using Serum more, because Serum can auto bake or auto resample itself, right? Which it has that feature, which I think is great, to where you can just like take the recording out and put it right back into the sampler and do that a few times. But I'd still probably prefer to do it in Faceplant, just because, well, it's a lot more flexible as far as the effects go. So, yeah, let's try again. And once I have it down, like I have it down, you know what I mean? Like once I've got it, I've got it. It's just a matter. It's just a matter um of that fine tuning. The fine tuning is the hardest part, I believe. Mm. Excuse me. It's kind of fun to think about like how to problem solve like this, because there's so many options that you can throw into, well, fucking a macro, right? Or parameter changes. And so I'm kind of curious if I can find something that's relatively optimal. For example, like, what if um when this goes up, this closes or also goes up, and when this goes up, this goes down. And so now, as opposed to like trying to do all that shit together, you know what I mean? Like some stuff like that, and that's the kind of interest that I've taken into this. I mean, if anything as well, like I could do shit like this to where I'm just focused on creating different versions like this that we can throw into the macro. So for example, doing this with another one. Oh, it's because they're bipolar. That's why. Okay. I didn't realize that. I think that, like I said, like I'm on the right track with this kind of stuff. Just not totally sure with what the right combination is, and or like what, not even that, but what setup is going to work for me that's going to give me the kinds of variation for the sound that I want, you know? It's very interesting when it's like, all right, I'm just going to design it with LFOs or with like moving with things that are already creating the interaction for me, but it's a whole nother ball game when um, you're setting this up to do it by hand. So for example, like throwing this in the fray is a pretty interesting thing to do. Yoink. Yoink. And the other thing is that it also has to be done with 8 macros within a patch. And so that's not necessarily a terrible thing. 9 technically, because we can use the mod wheel. Because you can also create, and that's actually a really cool thing too, is you can create other interactions with this. So like if this is your first interaction, like what if we did that, you know? Yeah. But then you have the other stuff that you have to set up, like the reverb and whatever. You don't have to set it up, but if you do, it's beneficial. There's also something to be said for like having different distortions in each of these stages. And trying to figure that whole shebang out. But also listening to like how this breaks the sound in certain cases that you have to be careful of, you know? Yeah. You know, it could also be something like applying FM to something while adjusting. But he also like not going overboard with it, you know? I suppose if I were going to even just like make a neuro rack, right? Depends on the rack, but have something like a bandpass. Then we'd have some kind of slice EQ. And I guess that's what we would do. It's a bit much. Is essentially take all of the just take away all the things that would normally have movement, like the modulators, and build all this stuff in a way that, yeah, build it like an instrument. Why am I making this so difficult? There we go. We've got chorus, phaser sometimes. Just a little bit. Let's turn the spread down. The only thing that I would probably do is the comb filter, because having a jet flange on this is usually more conducive anyways to let it just do its thing. Whatever. Then we have another slice EQ. Make this stuff like really a little bit of a bump. I mean, typically speaking, this is a setup that I would do, and then we would just, I guess, move stuff one at a time. Do you rest your forearm on the table and the armrest when using your iPad? Yeah, for the most part. Like I'm just doing that. Maybe I can make this move in opposition. Like this much. Yeah. Something like that. Just figuring out how ergonomics works. Sorry for the weird questions. No, it's fine. Ten hours of Counter-Strike and I'm in pain after using a mouse for 5 minutes. I think it's just your posture and like, how you do that. I mean, typically what you're supposed to do is this should be level, I believe. So that way you're not doing this. It should be flat. But like everyone's going to be a little bit different. But for the trackpad, what I like about it is that I can just let my hand stay on, like as if I'm just like putting my hand on the table, and then I'm just gripping or just doing this. So like let's say this is parallel, right? When I'm messing with the mouse, I'm not picking it up or doing this. It's just finger motion or doing things like that. And that way it's super natural, super natural, um, to where I'm not really doing a whole lot of wrist movement. It's mostly just with my fingers. And I can even use my thumb as an anchor point and just move my hand around. You know what I mean? So your fingers also rest on the table. Yeah. Like you're just like, put your hand on the table and just curl your fingers in and like draw figurines and stuff with minimal movement of your wrist. Like that's how I operate this. I guess maybe I'm just good at isolating my finger, like my fine motor skills or whatever. But if you're like, doing this shit, that's where the mouse and all that hurts. When you're like this and you're trying to like fix your elbow and your shoulder and shit, or you're like changing your wrists and doing all this kind of stuff, like isolate it. That's the point of typing at That's the point of typing at where your elbows stand at, so that way you don't have any wrist movement. You're just using your fingers. But the more wrist stuff that you have, or an elbow or a shoulder, the more that like you get fatigued. Yeah, this is a lot of complicated shit. Oh God. I think what I want to do instead is leave this here and then put a saturator on this, so that way the volume will be relatively similar. So I suppose what I could do with this is like set this to the mod wheel and then have macro 1 do that, and then macro 2 do that. Yeah, so I mean, this would be a consideration, I suppose. Which is really not that much different than what I would normally do. Other than, was this doing anything? No. So other than the separation of the reverb on that one, this one is just for the filtering thing or whatever. This is turning down the mids, highs, and lows, but I was thinking that I could even just do that. Oh, wait, we're doubling this? Double or nothing? Is there two of these? No, there's not. Okay. I was tripping. Like, we could even just combine these. So we could do this, and then with these macros. Well, no, never mind. We don't want to do that. Because that would mean that if we turn this off like this, with turning the neuro shit off and on, then that would be a problem. So we would still need that to be on the outside of that. Uh, hmm. So, I mean, yeah, we could just have fun with this and try this out. Hey, Dennis. Let's maybe try to set it up for success. Okay, so both of these seem like they're on this, we need a gate. Because there's just way too much tail on that. Like, this has subtle movement to it, which is interesting. What's macro 5 again? Oh, that's taking out the lows. I don't want to do that. It works, but I almost feel like see, okay, now we're getting somewhere. Where's macro 6? Oh, it's at the top. Macro 5. So I guess the key to this is figuring out internally what I can do to make this morph. From like I can hear that doing stuff, which is interesting. Right? You can hear that, can't you? Oh, this needs to be up. That's interesting. Can I reverse this? Kind of curious if just do something like totally fucked here. I don't know, like a blasted effect of something of the sort. Was my package delivered? It is. I think my table just arrived. But I think that this is a good example of what it is that I'm looking for. Because like it But at the same time, like if I wanted to put stuff on it, like I can just automate other effects on top as well. So it doesn't all, well, I guess the reason why I wanted to contain it all was because, what's it called? To keep it, useful inside of a single patch. Gate or something. No. Billwig, what the fuck? You know what's really gonna suck? Okay, never mind. We're okay. We are okay. I was going to fucking lose it. I know, right? This is definitely like the better idea compared to the other one, but yeah, I find this to be pretty interesting. even still within this other stuff, you know, like it's still like want to have like little fills and all of that other stuff. So yeah, I don't know. What do you all feel about, like, how do you all feel about this workflow in general? I feel like that's a difficult question to ask given that you're all different people and whatnot, but I think that if I can come up with a bunch of patches like this, it would be pretty nice. It would be pretty nice, but I also really wanted to do like drastically different shit. And sometimes I wonder if the only way to do that is just by like decimating the sound, or maybe not. Maybe just having like completely different patches. I don't know if it's realistic to expect to do this without resampling. Um, yes, I get that, but the benefit to doing this is that you, whenever you build the expressive basses and stuff, like, because think about it, like all of these could be different sounds. You know what I mean? But instead, it's more of like just manipulating the rack or whatever and having fun with that. Um, but I, like I said, I just don't know if it's necessarily worth doing it this way. Versus the other ways that I've done it. So, I mean, ultimately, it's going to come up to me, but I'm trying to like be transparent with myself about what it is that I'm wanting to do and like what it is that I'm wanting to pull out of this. And so, yeah, I guess it, like I said, in other cases, it doesn't really matter because it doesn't really change the design philosophy that I have towards making stuff like this, other than new automation parameters that I hadn't thought of before. No, not me. I think for me, I'm wanting to like, I did that a long time ago with experimentation, and now I'm at a different place with wanting to be more, wanting to be like, I want this sound and I want it to do this. And then go back, like maybe once this is all said and done, I can go back and like send it through a bunch of effect racks or whatever and try, you know what I mean, to come up with different iterations of that. Hey, Angelite. But yeah, it's cool though. Okay, now looking at this kind of stuff. Like, is that going to change at all? It is. That does a lot. Something that I really like about this too is that it's consistent. You know, it's in MIDI, but it is, excuse me, it is playing back consistently. And so, yeah, perhaps the move is to just keep building the patches that I normally do, but instead of slapping modulation onto them, I can just try to come up with uh, automation workflows. Because like the thing is like if you wanted to do modulation to this, all you have to do is just modulate the macros. You know what I mean? You can throw LFOs on the macros and make them do all of that. But yeah. It really pushes like I feel like if you do this, it really pushes like your sound design execution to the next level because you have to build the interactions on purpose and make them controllable as opposed to like just the happy accident type thing. And that's what's really interesting to look at. And then have control over the depth amount of each modulation. Yeah. Well, you have other considerations in there as well. Like for one, the shape, two, the speed, three is the retrigger every time the MIDI hits. You know what I mean? Um, and then automate the depth. Yeah, you could do that too. You can have a mix of both. Or turn things on and off, you know, like on the device menu and all of that. The other thing that I talked about was just recording out a bunch of movement and having like a solid sub and then having a sampler with a macro that has different placement of those movements that you can kind of scroll through, which I've done in the past. Then there's also just like flat out making the sound that you want to do. You know, if I want like a womp, you know, you just match the movement to that. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I think I'm overthinking it to be honest, but it's still a lot to consider. Like this is still really fucking cool. I just don't know. Yeah, I agree. It is visually appealing, but um, I wonder if I could just like create like a blast of this or something. And that's the one cool thing about that as well is like you do get some unpredictableness just from watching these macros like interact with each other, you know? So there is that. But like that's kind of sick. Gotta be honest, I'm not enjoying my Bitwig experience so far. It feels flimsy for some reason. I don't know. It like why? Or what about it feels flimsy? I think it's pretty fucking solid. Try it once you draw with it. I've been doing that. Like all of these things with multiple points have the draw thing on them, but I think it's fine. It starts to get slow and weird. Mm, I'm not experiencing that. To record modulation as automation? No, it's not. We asked we asked for that a while ago. Draw bigger portions while zoomed in a bit. I don't know. That's pretty fine to me. As in, like, finely detailed. I mean, it seems like it. I mean, is this behaving in the same way that you were talking about? Because this seems okay. Yeah. What version are you on? Yeah, maybe. By the way, cool tune. Thanks. I'm just fucking around. I'm just messing around with really what I'm doing is I'm like testing workflow application off of this and seeing what I like to do or like how I'm enjoying and whether or not I'm enjoying like how to write bass lines and how to do stuff that is actually applicable. And what I've been experimenting with is doing automation like this, doing stuff that's just like having a static bass and then designing new movements that are deliberate, or bouncing out a bunch of randomized movements of the same sound and then just putting it in a sampler and then like finding different sampler start positions of it. So that's the best approach and the most non-destructive. Not really worried about destructive. It's just how to getting to the kinds of like cool sounds and like the variations and stuff that I want. It's been an interesting like experiment to do all this stuff with. And there's not a right or wrong, but looking at what comes about from this has been the big thing with trying to do it. But one thing that I like about doing it this way is that as you can tell, like I haven't tried to write any other kinds of musicality to this. It's just been bass stuff. And I like that. I like that I can just be like, you know, and so trying to come up with different ideas like that is pretty fun. Um and you know, drawing little movements on there and whatnot. But the trouble with it is that it has to be extremely precise with the way that stuff is set up within itself, if that makes sense. Because if it's not, then the interactivity that you have behind the macros is almost pointless because it's not gonna do the thing. And trying to come up with the kinds of bases and stuff that I would want to implement within that and like what kind of automation would I want to put over it and what kind of movements do I want to have within the baselines within themselves? So that's kind of where we're at with this. That's when resampling is better sometimes. The relationships between the macros relative to each other are super important. It's the most important thing, which, I mean, if you think about it, when you do it with modulators and stuff, it's the same thing. It doesn't change, but I don't know why it feels so different doing it with automation instead. Maybe it's because, I don't know. I guess when you're just listening to it and it's already going, you can do that, but there's still like middle grounds between that, I suppose. Right? Because you can always set the modulation to a macro, or you can always set the parameters to a macro and then modulate it and have the best of both worlds, which is kind of like what I'm learning about this process in itself. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. That's just kind of where I've been at lately. Finding the sweet spots of interactivity feels elusive sometimes. In some cases it is, in some cases it's not, right? So like when it comes into making monster sounds or whatever, like we should all know by now, or you should all know by now, you know what I mean? It's sweeping the low mids. it's it's that low mid region that creates the monster sounds. So we just need to get that to interact with each other. But um like I said, some other cool things that I've learned about the automation are instead of doing low pass stuff, you're automating the low, mid, and high band of just the volume. And I found that to be extremely interesting. And then the other thing that I've been experimenting with is this low high, right? With this. I'm not I'm not new to doing low high frequency splitting, but playing with automation on this has been giving me some interesting results. You sculpt the visual representation as opposed to just hearing the result. Yeah, that's true. If you have the knowledge, I guess it's less elusive. Well, and like predictive policing macros, sorry to use that term. No, it's fine, but it's just kind of like, okay, well, that's kind of cool too. You know what would be cool too is if I just like threw a mix in here. And can I do that within the group? No, I think what I'll have to do is send everything to an aux. I think that's what I have to do in order to get this to do what I want it to. If I can just get everything to be sent in here. Fuck. I think that it needs to not be this. It needs to be these guys all go here. So this one and this one and this one. Let's see if that allows me to do what I wanted to. Can you group and faceplant? I never tried that. Yeah, but right now I'm not necessarily trying to swap sounds. What I just did was I sent everything into an auxiliary, so that way it all goes to a single mix, and then I can change. No, you can't group a group. Um, you can group effects and snap heaps and multipass within stuff, but not like group to group. And why you might want to do that is for this example, because I'm sending the output of something that's high passed into another thing. Whereas if I just threw everything into the chain, it would go through the high pass, and we don't want to do that. There's a workaround to it, but I didn't want to do that. So just sending everything to an aux, you can control the overall volume of the thing. And then you can like automate / modulate this. So if I wanted to make it more percussive, right? So like a I don't know how this is making sound right now, to be honest. Oh, there must be a layer. Yeah. Yeah, so there's different applications for that I think could be useful in certain cases. But I don't know. I think it also depends on what kind of style the track calls for, but overall just becoming more aware of modulating basses and, how they should be phrased and what I would want to do with something like that is a lot to think about. Wait, what? Oh, yeah, okay, I already saved that. I will say that it's fun. It's fun to practice, and it's fun to think about. And also, I think that a benefit to doing the automation stuff, sorry, is you like everything is going to work together, So even though you're getting a bunch of variation out of the sounds, you're still using the same source and it's going through the same processing chain on the end. So all of that has a higher chance of being successful. And I think that it kind of minimizes the resampling that you would normally have to do, you know? But the other thing is like if you just get one movement and then you just resample that with effects and stuff and get everything you need, like that's totally viable as well. But I think that the whole point of this is trying to consider optimization and also trying to move towards like, yo, I want to like make drums and then start throwing cool basses on top of it and coming up with like really interesting push and pull dynamics. And so having that uh is trying to like optimize that experience, so to speak. I don't know. Am I crazy? I feel like I'm crazy, but yeah. Does anybody have any questions about anything? Yeah, I know. That's why you're all here, right? Certain sounds you can only get through sampling, others only through automation. Yeah, but the kind of resampling that I do is usually not not what I've been practicing as of late, you know? So it's very rare that I'll make a res and do modulate it and then bounce it out and then put it back into a sampler and then modulate it. I almost never do that. At the same time, like whenever I'm doing resampling, I usually have a certain tool set that I'm going for to get experimental sounds, but I feel like that process should happen after I have something functional, which is kind of the whole point, right? Um, when do you resample? When do you go into the to doing that? Because if you spend all this time making a bass and you're doing the resampling or whatever, like let's say you're not doing the automation thing, you're just coming up with quote unquote mud pies or whatever, it might not even fucking work. But if you have something that works and then you're looking for variations of it, it makes sense to go into resampling. You know what I mean? But at that point, what is it that you can't? Yeah, I would say like stretching. Now, let me rephrase anything stretching audio or something that's like straight up audio manipulation, you're not going to be able to get. But I usually don't want to throw that into the project from the beginning. Well, I mean, yes, but yeah, okay, yeah, that's where I was going with that. And that's what I've been experimenting with even the Cohen sound thing because I'm like, all right, are they doing it because well, they explained it. They're doing it because when you have, you know, a notch and a when you have modulation baked into a respace, um, the playback of it is something that you can't get from the raw signal. But in light of that, I guess what I was trying to experiment with was can I get a similar movement or can I get a similar thing using the tools that I have in order to find a middle ground between that? And the answer is kinda. It doesn't sound nearly as good as their stuff, but it still is something to consider and something to practice and something to like take into it because I mean, really the kinds of basses and stuff that I would like to do are the insane like distorted blasts and then also have a mixture between that and like pulsing voo, 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 you know, type sounds. And I would ideally want to do it all within a single patch that, you know, I can just run through an OTC and like make changes to over time. Because if you think about it, like that's half the track. If you can come up with a bass line and sick drums, you know what I'm saying? It's like that's bass music. And so trying to find an optimized workflow behind that and then like it's almost like doing the dirty work in that fashion but making it such a streamlined process and then having fun going back and like sending sounds through random effects and experimentation and stuff. That sounds like a good time to me. That sounds like a really good time to me. I would just have a Bitwig project with hundreds of racks. Yeah, like I mean, think about it. Like, let's say I was gonna beatbox a track, right? And it was like, like if you broke that down, you could do it in a lot of different ways. Like, and sometimes, and that's what I'm trying to figure out is like, what's more efficient? Should I just make the noise base and then do the vom 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 in a separate patch, or like, is there some kind of like middle ground that I can find that everything is just one deal, you know? And the other thing too is like you have less tracks to work with, which is really awesome if you can do it Could you imagine just having like 7 tracks, which I guess I have done, um, but just being like super optimized in that way to where you don't have to have this. You just, you know, kick snare hat or percussion, kick snare percussion, then bass variation. And that patch that you design all has like all of the movement and like cool techniques and intonations that you want to apply to it. Right, exactly. I mean, and I guess I've kind of done something like that, but it's not as controllable. It's still meant for resampling, I guess. It's a deep topic and IMO, there's no right and wrong. However, what I personally try to work with raw data as much as possible and be non-destructive. You can always resample afterwards. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm personally an audio person, which I'm not opposed to MIDI or anything like that, but the reason why I'm so hell bent on like audio shit is because I can see the waveform for one, and two, I don't have to go into multiple lanes over stuff. I can just like drag the sample in and then be like, okay, great, it works. Project level rack, like a whole DAW, is a giant rack. Yeah, it is. It really is. And like when people have like cool controllers and shit, like it makes sense why they have that. But I think that people get caught up in being like, look at how much control I have, but they end up controlling nothing because the options are overwhelming, you know? And that's actually a limitation that I like playing within this like phase plant thing is being like, okay, you've got 9 macros. Now let's get a similar result, but with 5, you know? You've got 5 things to automate. And in between those things that you automate, I want it to like totally transform the sound. Yeah, it really does. It takes like very careful and meticulous work. And I think that would be a next step for me as far as like just making my bases better is having really solid relationships of what it is that I'm doing. The other part for their stuff that I'm studying is like I usually don't do multi-band distortion because I find that it's like just way too easy to cook or to overcook. And so watching them work with filter movement and then be like, all right, we're going to do some kind of mid or distortion on the mids and then bring that out. And then when they resample it, you see like how it has that effect of what I'm looking for. It's a lot of really cool stuff, but I don't just want to do it with their sounds. I want to be able to imply or apply it with all of the things that I do. Um, but yeah, that's just kind of part of it, you know? A lot to consider with both approaches. Mainly would be optimization and workflow speed. Both are valid, but pros and cons. Yeah, I mean, and that's kind of the thing, right? Is let's say I'm doing sound design in a separate session or something. If I'm taking my time and making basses or like, bass instruments, I guess, then when it's time to apply it, you know what I mean? I just fucking speed run the whole thing and which I write fast anyways, but I could write faster. And then if I can build these racks and all that and have them ready for you all to rip through, for an affordable price, then that helps my business as well. Like if I wasn't so hell bent on designing everything, well, in the stage that I'm at now, like if I would have had these tools from way back when, and all I had to do was, and I was aware anyways, like all I had to do was turn the knobs, front load the work, then when it's time, you can just write. Yeah, exactly. And sometimes I do that. Sometimes I do front load the work with like drum design and I'm like, I don't feel like designing kicks and snares. I just want to like throw the thing in. And sometimes I want to sit down and do everything from scratch. Would you rather get a bass stem or a flexible bass that allows you to shape it however you see fit? I mean, it doesn't really it doesn't really matter to me. It comes into the intention. Cuz here's the thing is like I've made neuro bass out of a hi-hat. You know, you could literally throw anything at me and I can turn it into a neuro bass. Anything. I'm so confident in that. Sorry, not trying to like sound conceited or anything, but as in a means of like, I've done it. I know that I can. But when it comes into it, it's like, what does that data of that bass stem have? You know, is it a mud pie? Is it like a single phrase? How interesting is it? Because if it's already ready to go, like, I don't really even see any reason to manipulate that. If it's like, you know, then I'm just like, fuck that. I'm just going to put it over drums and call it a day. Like a lot of people do from Splice. I was watching Igloo Ghost make a track from scratch the other day, and that's like all he did. And a lot of people were giving him shit. Some of it justified, but they were like, you know what I'm saying? But that's kind of the point, is like, if it's all ready to go and it makes sense for the context of the track, then it's fine. I'd say that's your way of working, is that how you handle audio in a neat way. So I look at it as a wild playground and have fun. Yeah, I'm not necessarily trying to make a decision right now, but that's like, you know what I mean? I'm this is my play. This is my exploration and the navigational aspect of it. Welcome back, Grim. Hello. You're stinky. You're stinky, puppy. But you are very cute. No, 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 no. I don't want the kisses. What are you doing? What are you doing? Stop. People do want the quick and easy route, though, which is fine. Maybe their brain shines in composition. By the way, love the topics, and I think that these are the most important things to talk about. Workflow optimization is a very overlooked topic. Well, I agree, and in the sense that I think that it's overlooked. I also think that, like, if you like just fucking doing nothing in the DAW, like, you need to have permission to do that. You need to give yourself permission to do that, rather. You know, if you like to just fucking meander in limbo until something comes out, like, some people work like that too. You know, like, we're not machines. And when we're talking about problem solving and doing work and stuff, like, you have to remember that there's an art to it, but it is a balancing act for sure of, you know, you do have to figure out some kind of general process which has an insanely large spectrum of how to get a track out, you know. But you also can't be so rigid that you try to do the same thing every time, because then you're just going to write the same thing every time, you know. And I think that's why it's important to do shit like this, is because you might be used to writing in one way. Jersey, stop. I don't want that right now. No, get down. Yeah, I agree. Like, you go and you do the most, and then, like, you pull back, but then you're like, okay, I'm starting to cut corners, and so, like, you try to do more, and then I agree. It's very like this for me when it comes into writing music. There's two hands to that this way. She's so cute. But yeah, actually, Grim, I did kind of figure it out after you left. Like, I ended up being pretty happy with this version. Not in the sense that I want to continue, but in a sense of like, okay, this actually makes sense. So, like, with the automation deal, like, see, this is actually something that works. like, you know what I mean? It has just enough to where, like, it has, like, a wide range of sounds and stuff, but just considering all the things that I could potentially do, you know, I'm a little overwhelmed at the moment, but with how to come up with, stuff like that, but at the same time, like, I also want it to be the sound that came out of that, I was wanting it to be heavier because right now it sounds extremely phasey and stuff, and I'm really looking more so for, like, the traditional, not the phasey Reese's, but, like, the halftime, you know, the halftime shit. And so being like, "Okay, let me take a step back and think about how I could do a patch like this, but in the aesthetic that I want it to be." Yeah, the timbre changing is more subtle, you know, it's not just, like, extreme. There's if you combine shit, it becomes extreme, but by itself, you know, all of that, the expressions that happen within it are a lot more like I can't remember what track it was, but the second drop introduced another harmonic in the bass, and it totally brought the track to another level. Was it one of mine, or are you talking about somebody that you like listening to? What I've seen a few people doing is like simple waves and noisy, moderate wave folding. Vector himself in some streams. Just having a subtle change like that through automation wise. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I've like no super complex shit, just one filter movement distortion into OTT. Yeah, that makes sense. Complex stuff is fun. Well, I mean, think about it. Like once you have this, let's just say like this is making sound. No, it's not. Like once you have something like this, I was like, wait, am I going deaf? What's going on? Let's just say like 3 layers, right? Or sometimes not. Sometimes even this. Like once you have this, everything is at your fingertips because whatever you do to it is just change over time. So we're talking about wave folding, right? Yeah. But just in general, like, you know what I mean? A noisy, harmonic, fat sound. Um that's kind of the thing. And once you have that, then you're just doing subtle changes and stuff over time. But I think for me, like I said, like there's something that I'm looking for as a means of finding that middle ground. Could be making it super morphy at first, and the last definitive filter of the chain, doing basic LFO movement. So what I did on that other patch that I showed you was I just built all the parameters and without any movement, and then I started mapping the macros to it. You know, I just mixed the sinaries with noise, and then AM the noise, the output to remove the noise and the gaps, and then overdrive the hell out of it. You could do that too. Yeah, like there's no right or wrong to any of this stuff. It's just kind of like, all right, what do I want to do? Or having two chains, one simplified, one with complex filtering, automating between each. Yeah, and that's, like I said, that's what I did. So like, let's just pretend like I had a rack. Sure, we'll do bloop a doop rack. So rather than having automate or movement on this, whatever I was doing here and here, I just took all this off and set those to macros. Then I had the mod wheel that turned on the rack, and then I had the movement of this play along with the low pass and high pass together. So that way, like, it's almost like you're combining the movement, you know? And I think that was part of me like figuring it out. So that way it doesn't have to sit on its own macro. You know what I mean? You can have multiple things move together, but then you turn something else on and then it combines the movement and makes an even more complex filter. And that was something that I'll like keep with me as far as trying to make all that shit work. I don't know. I'm curious with what this is going to sound like. Not anything interesting. Yeah, it's also interesting to see like how a lot of this stuff from like, I think that this was from, must have been from no later than 2020. How I've been doing the same thing but different over the years, and like how big of a difference the subtlety makes within this. It's pretty fascinating. It's very interesting to see, and like I also enjoy seeing this process within other people as well, that like especially the ones that learn from me, because they, some people just get it and some people are like have the exact same thing, but there's like one cog in the wheel that's missing, or one cog in the gear system that's missing, and it's like everything sounds like shit. No offense to anybody, but myself included. And that's why I like bass music, man, or that's why I like designing bass, is because the intricacies of this, drums as well, like you just have to be so in tune when it comes into making drums and bass, for me, at least as far as making it the way that you want it to, that the refinement period outside of just having the formula is a pretty substantial one. That's like the one thing that I can't teach other than saying it, is like I can give people the formulas and all that other stuff, but you know, even for me when I'm studying other people and how they make bass, it's not like I can just be like, okay, I know how to make it. It's like I got to sit down for weeks, months, years and be like, all right, what are they doing? Okay, how does this apply? How do I manipulate this? And then you never get there, and you just end up settling on something that is half baked and then you call it yours. I never do that. Ever. I do wish Cohen Sound did lessons though. Like I have so many questions to ask them. I wish Noah or Nick Ruse did lessons as well. Actually, I would take lessons from any of those people. anyone from Noise because I would just be like, okay, look, this is the kind of shit that I do for bass design. Like, how do I take it further? You know, and just like have a crazy conversation about all of the possibilities or things that they like to do and little cool tips and tricks and shit. And that's why I think it's important to do lessons with people, especially if you already have a knowledge base. Yeah. They also have a lot of questions to ask you. They could, maybe. I don't know. They've been at it for like 20 plus years. They probably forgot a lot. Yeah, but I don't think that they forgot their roots, you know? Like we all forget shit, but there's certain things about like your artistry that is just like you don't forget it, you know? Very subtle techniques for something that sounds so aggressive, easy to overcook. Right. It's yeah. That's like chemistry, you know, just like one slight miscalculation and the whole thing explodes. Musicians are information sponges, always seeking more info. Yeah, that's kind of why I'm surprised that like maybe it's just the genre itself or the niche that I have, but I don't know. I would think that people would like just eat the kind of information that we share here up. Vision Radio is doing a Noise showcase right now. It's a trip to listen to all their old stuff again. Super innovative. Oh, I know, right? Like we're 20 years later, we're still trying to figure out how they do some of the shit that they do. And some of it has not been replicated and not even close. It's fucking wild to think about. Yeah. I could see, you know, stuff like this being really fun in drum and bass and stuff as well. Yeah, he's really a good teacher. Like cuz he explains it like he's teaching himself. Didn't they have a few tutorials? The track walkthrough at least. Who Noisia? Uh they have a Patreon. Yeah, they have a Patreon and they have some stuff, but and it's really good. They're all extremely good, but they're like just beginning points, you know? Well, it's they're advanced, but they're still beginning points. Does that make sense? It's like I'm going to teach you a concept that already takes a little bit of like critical thinking to understand, but there's this much about it that we're not showing you or that we're not teaching you how to do. And so they taught like this much that could expand into these directions. I just wish that they would have like because they don't really do their own tutorials anymore. They have people brought in or they bring people in for that stuff. Which is okay, but I you know what I mean? I'm no longer subscribed to them, not because they don't deserve it, but because um they started going different with their content, in a different direction with their content. All that matters. After that it becomes a personal preference. Yeah, sort of. I still believe in I enjoy like talking about the individuality of nuance. Yeah, it's almost impossible to not be. Nick Cruz is on some other shit by now. Yeah, agreed. I mean, he always was. All three of them, you know. I haven't really heard about anything that Martina's doing, but I know that Tease did. I think I mispronounced his name, but he was doing a lot of projects. Like he did something with Two Fingers, right? Or Eamon Tobin not too long ago. I want to say. Oh, is that what he's doing? Crazy. I mean, I guess that's why they say if you can make drum and bass, you can make anything. For a while. Yeah, I didn't know that, but good for him. Someone else from the Netherlands that you all should be looking out for. I'm still trying to get him on the channel, but Sorza, um, he's involved with Tiesto. He's a huge trance head. Oh yeah, I had no idea. But Sorza, he hangs out or hung out at some point with the Noisy crew, and he's doing some really cool shit. Yeah, I'm trying to get him on here at some point, but I love what he does, and he's a young guy rather, that just he's got it, you know. But I love like the sounds and the stuff that he makes, and it's very like it doesn't remind me of Noisia at all, but the originality reminds me of Noisia. Does that make sense? Like the music is so fresh that it's also like, ah man, like I don't hear shit like this. Musician persona, perhaps, but just an identity, you know, sonic identity. You know, as Maze, we just got down on a collab. He played on Vision Show recently with Tease and Boonshin, if I remember correctly. Super dope. Makes the same stuff as we do. No, I've never heard of him, to be honest. But I believe you. He's probably awesome. Hmm. Fingerprints were all different. It's beautiful. Yeah, it's just fun, you know? And like, even though I'm not happy with the projects that I've been fucking around with, I've still been having fun with, what's it called? Just the learning process of it, you know? And being like, okay, well, this works, this doesn't work. And like, even then, the quality that's coming out is still, if I wanted to continue making a track over this stuff, I theoretically could. I just know that it's not the direction that I'm looking for or the aesthetic that I'm looking for. Yeah. All right. Does anybody else have any questions? I've been live for like 5.5 hours, and I think that she was bugging me because she needs to go outside. She's being a little angel right now, but I think she needs to go out. Definitely curious to see you all experiment with this stuff and see what comes out on the other side. And if any of you are messing with this process right now as well, or like going through the same considerations, um, what's it called? Like, let's have a conversation about it in the Discord. Cool chat. See you next stream. Yeah, we'll be here. I don't think that I'm going to stream Christmas Eve. I don't think that I'm going to stream Christmas Eve. I might not stream on Friday either because Corey's off. So maybe plan for Saturday. Yeah, yeah, me too. I really want to. I think Chi is in Munich right now, but I'd really like to consult with him on some stuff. Yeah, me neither. Well, because like there's always something new to try, you know? Something that we haven't thought of and been like, "Oh, that seems fresh. Let's do that." But and then we'll bounce. We'll bounce back and forth and be like, "All right, I'm going to go back to this. Okay, I'm going to go back to this," you know? So there's that, but we'll see. Yeah, I could see that too. I would agree with that. That happens with me. Well, the same thing with, you know, working with hardware, which I guess Ableton and Bitwig are much closer, but working with hardware or like on the iPad versus, you know, within Bitwig or something, it there's a very clear distinction of like what you come to, which isn't terrible, but who? Oh, Tomas, yeah. The secret weapon of each DAW. Well, that's yeah, that's the point of it, right? Is like what is it really good at and what is it not so great at? But yeah. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go. Much love. If you all are watching the VOD, alchemy.com. If you like my sounds, book a lesson with me, something. But really nice chatting with you all. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, if you celebrate whatever. I'll still be on the Discord and we can all kick it there. But I'll probably take a few days off and try to reconfigure my sleep schedule. Yeah. Much love, guys. I'll see you later. Have a great rest of your evening and be safe out there. Bye, everybody.